The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Oh, hey, everybody. I'm an idiot. Hi, I'm here. I just talked for like 5 minutes and my mic wasn't turned on, so... Oh my god, I feel like I need to start this over again. Okay, well, welcome back to another stream, guys. We're doing some Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo. This was courteous of Fluttershy, who recommended it on my last stream. I had told him I'm probably not going to play this anytime soon, because I've done it twice already, but I kind of had the urge to play it after he planted that seed in my mind, and so here we are now doing a stream of Super Metroid. I still cannot believe I had my mic muted for the first 5 minutes. That was a good introduction, too. You guys will never be able to hear it because I was muted. But yeah, we're just gonna do a kind of a casual playthrough of this, and yeah, good old Super Metroid. I haven't done a playthrough of this in a few years now. I've done a couple drunken Twitch streams where I played it for like an hour here and there, just for fun, because it's always refreshing to go back to this game, but I haven't done a full run in probably 3 to 4, maybe 5 years now, so it's been a little while. But yeah, this should be a good time. I went ahead and just started a brand new game, and we're going to go ahead and just kind of let things play out here. Lots of text in this introduction, but most of the game actually pretty much has no talking whatsoever, so for anyone that's never played Super Metroid, it is, yeah, it's once you're dropped in, you're just, you know, free to roam around and do as you please, which is pretty awesome. So, great game, still holds up great graphics, great music. You know, it was one of those games that really takes advantage of the Super Nintendo's hardware and uses its special features tastefully, and it just, you know, is a game that's, I think, has really stood the test of time. So, but yeah, I don't know where everything is in this game. There are lots of items you can get. I think at one point in time I knew where everything was, but you know, probably not anymore. So we're just gonna go through this kind of casually. You're gonna see me, if you're really familiar with this, you're gonna see me miss some stuff, and that's okay. But we should be able to get through this without too much trouble. This isn't a terribly difficult game when you know what you're doing, and you know, it's just a good time. So hopefully we have a good time here. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. I saw Carlos R was out there. I saw Kile, my friend Kyle locally. Don't mind him, guys. I see Guns. Welcome back, Guns. I see DJ Rudin. This is nice. Love me some Metroid action. I saw Big Dogs out there. Dragon Breath, who said, now this is a live stream worth waiting for. He says, truly turned off my mic, but I wasn't looking. Probably. DJ says, it's been a long time since he's played all the way through this one. Basically back around when it came out. Only dabbled a bit since. Wow. DJ, you should really go back to it and do another run. It is awesome. Yeah, Dragon says, it's story told through action, and awesomely so. Yep, I totally agree. 100%. And hey, DG, welcome back. Good afternoon to you as well. Yeah, for anybody wondering, we are actually playing this on the Analogue Super NT console, which is a FPGA recreation of the Super Nintendo. Very nice little piece of kit. I like to use it for all my Super Nintendo streams when possible. And, but yeah, Super Metroid. One thing about this game, if you've never played it before, is the control scheme is a little unconventional by Super Nintendo standards. B is run, A is jump, so your jump button's on the right-hand side of the controller, and then X is the fire key, and yeah, so if you've never played this, it takes a little while to get used to. I think you can actually remap your controls, but I've always just played this with default settings. Now this is sort of like a scripted boss fight. You can't really die here, but you also can't really win, so we're gonna shoot and take lots of shots, or lots of hits at least. Dragon, yeah, that's because of the 2-chip SNESs, which are the more common consoles. They have a softer image output, unfortunately. So even if you're using RGB, you know, the image is still relatively soft. However, there are 1-chip consoles out, and I think the 2-chip consoles can actually be modded, and with those, they have much sharper video output, and I actually currently have a 1-chip console right now, so once I upgrade my upscaler soon, which I think in the next couple weeks I'm going to buy a RetroTink 5X, I'll probably start using Super Nintendo with RGB again. Mainly because there are a couple of incompatibilities on the Super NT, but plus I also like using my real hardware, well, original real hardware when possible. But yeah, I know exactly the softness you're talking about, which is a big reason why I got a Super NT to begin with. But one of my fellow viewers here and friends sent me a 1-chip console back in, you know, around Christmas this past year. So I've had it for a few months now. But before that, I was basically priming my Super NT. And it's been a great workhorse. It's just a really fantastic little device. Yeah, that's the introduction. Yeah, Super NT has a couple of basic incompatibilities, and if you're trying to use, say, like the jailbreak doesn't work with all, like, you know, special chip games like Super FX and whatnot, so you either want, like, a, you know, special flash card or something like that. And, yeah, the analog, none of the analog consoles are actually perfect. They all have some quirks here and there, you know, on specific games. It's not like a huge portion of the library is incompatible or anything like that, but there are definitely issues here and there. So, yeah, there's a misconception that analog consoles are like flawless, 100% perfect, and that's not true. Ask Leo if he shows up today. I think on the Mega SG there's still like some Master System and like 1 or 2 Genesis cartridges he likes to play that still have problems. It's the same with the Super NT. But, you know, most of the stuff anyone's going to want to play is, you know, is fine. Anyways, we're going to drop all the way down here. Super Metroid is kind of cool in that it starts off, you know, having you revisit a lot of areas from the first Metroid, so, you know, had you played that growing up, you know, there's definitely some nostalgia, and there's also like a creepy atmosphere, too. Dragon, you'd have to go Google it, man. I don't know them off the top of my head, but trust me, there's just gonna be some incompatibilities. Ugh. Alright, we got the Morph Ball. So we can just press down a couple times and we can switch into our Morph Ball form. And one other thing they added in this, I think you can use the shoulder keys to aim up and down. Yeah. And so we're gonna have to go down here. This is probably where we get our first set of missiles. And we press select to activate those. and that's an E-tank we can get later. Also, we'll eventually be able to go up here if we want. I don't think that's necessary. It's just for some extra goodies. Hey, Babachara, welcome back. And so we got another set of missiles, so now we can carry up to 10 missiles. Super Metroid has some great, like, momentum-based physics. You know, you move up the speed, you know, at a specific rate, and, you know, the faster you're running, kind of like the farther you'll jump. So doing running jumps is ideal if you're trying to clear big gaps, but also it just feels really good. The way you kind of like, you kind of just end up flying through the air. Alright, now we got some enemies to kill. So we're gonna work our way back up top. Babachar, yeah, I mean, honestly, once you kind of know this game, you know where to go. It's not that hard to get the best ending. You know, especially when you know how to sequence break a little bit. And what I love about Super Metroid is sequence breaking just kind of felt natural to me in this game. Almost like it was intentional. Like, intentionally designed to be that way. And you guys will see what I mean as we kind of get some items early. Those red doors always take 5 missiles, by the way, so you can just kind of like, you know, time your attacks and count as you're firing. I'll run in front of a door and just go boom, 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 and then that's it. You know, kind of counting along as I use my missiles. Right, this is a map station right here. So, yep, there we go. There's our map. And if I press start, I can bring up my map manually. And then I can press R to actually see Samus, which is my main character. Eventually we'll be able to select specific items and beams that we can have equipped at any given moment. These little pink items are little bits of energy you can pick up. So right now I've got 99 energy. Eventually I'll get energy tanks, which extend my energy by 100 for each one. And we can actually get a lot of energy tanks in this game. We're going to have quite a few by the end of the playthrough. Let's see what's in here. Oh, save room, looks like. Now, like I said, I am using the Super NT jailbreak, so if I wanted to, I could bring this up and then press Y to save RAM, and then press select to go back to game. This ensures that if I have like a power outage or something while streaming, I won't, you know, I won't lose my data. Actually, I do have an actual Super Metroid cartridge, but its battery is really messed up. It's incapable of permanently saving my data right now, so I have to take the cartridge to my local game store and have them replace the battery. You know, kind of a bummer, because Super Metroid is not exactly a cheap game anymore. But yeah, using the Super NT to play it is actually very handy, or using the jailbreak to play it is very handy, because it'll save the data to the SD card. Alright, this is a Chozo statue. They give us items, and as a twist compared to the, you know, previous Metroid games, this actually turns into a boss fight. Kyle says, hey Austin, love Super Metroid. I didn't play it till a few years ago, but it lives up to the hype. Yeah, it definitely lives up to the hype. Some games are definitely, you know, a little overrated, but this one is not one of those. I think it's just a really fantastic game. Like I said, it's one of those games that really, you know, utilize the Super Nintendo's features tastefully. Like, you go back into this room here, and it's got this, like, oh, well, it's gone now. I was gonna say, it had this color effect that kind of implicated like a foggy, you know, a foggy atmosphere, which was kind of cool. You know, and it's not the sort of thing you see on every screen. It's so, when it happens, it kind of stands out, and it's, you know, it's noteworthy. And that's just an example of using, you know, the Super Nintendo's visual features tastefully, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, so now we have our bombs. Hey, Raiden Lord, what's going on? Am I going for 100%? I am not. No. Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't even know where everything is anymore, so... I'm gonna come back down here. We do have to go through that wall right there, but I'm gonna come back here first. More missiles! Also, it looks like Milo has taken Patchouli's spot. He's cleaning himself. Patchouli's right in front of me on my desk. Oh, I actually need to go back here and get rid of that and bring that up. I am completely unprepared today. Wow. Thought I was prepared, but apparently not. Hey, Uber, what's going on? Oh god, Uber asks if we're gonna save the animals. Yay, GDQ. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. Doesn't really matter. Just a fun little Easter egg in a way. But I'll mention that later on for those of you guys that have not seen any of the Games Done Quick finale speedruns. I always use Super Metroid as the finale. Or at least have. I don't know if they still do it. I assume they do, but I actually haven't watched a GDQ in a couple of years now. I'm always so busy just doing other things. Alright, there's our first E-Tank. It's so weird playing this game. My cat just trying to get my attention as I'm playing. Alright, let me actually go back this way real quick. I see you, Patchouli. What's going on, girl? Alright, so this is gonna be the end game right here. This basically shows off the various bosses we have to fight in order to unlock the final area of the game. So we've got Ridley, we've got Kraid, we've got Fantoon in the middle, and I always forget the water guy boss. Hey, Patchouli, let's get down, girl. Let's get down. You're distracting, girl. I love you, Patchouli, but you're distracting right now. Dragon, that's it. That's it. Right on, Kyle. Thank you for that. Ah, and that's right, with Dragon, there's multiple ways to kill him, too, which is kind of neat. I think in one of my streams, my brother showed that off. I think my first Super Metroid stream. Alright, one of my favorite tunes in Super Metroid. Super Metroid actually doesn't have a lot of, catchy music, but this is a good, early game tune. Kinda gets you in the mood. Alright, This, I think, is actually going to be the last room we have to go to in order to get to our next area. So we're going to continue going south. Hey, Sin City, welcome back. The sun, what's going on, man? Hey man, I tried playing some Defender of the Crown the other night. I made the mistake of doing it after drinking plenty of beer. And about 2 minutes in, I realized I couldn't do it. Too much reading. Way too much reading. Instead, I played Power Blade. And a bunch of other games. These little guys right here, as you shoot them, the room darkens. So if you want to see where you can go, you probably don't want to shoot all of them. Hey Carl, welcome back. Thanks for the belated birthday wishes, I appreciate that. Got a very hard 1cc on Steel Empire. Nice. You talking the one that you played on Switch? Did they call it Legends of Steel Empire now? I thought it was still just Steel Empire. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. It's still the same game. It was 420, Dasan. My birthday's on 420. And yeah, 42 now, unfortunately. Alright, so there's a little bit of a sequence break you can do right here. Normally, you would need the hook beam, or hook shot, whatever it's called. Ah, crap. I did not mean to do that. There's this thing called the wall jump as well that you can... You're taught how to do it later on in the playthrough. Sort of. But basically you press away, and as Samus looks like she's grabbing onto the wall, you press the jump button again, so it's very narrow timing. And I need the power bomb for that. But yeah, so we got that missile upgrade early. And we'll need power bombs for these doors as well. Down here we can get ourselves the charge beam. MD Mister says, I'm getting so old, my most played game this year is Spider Solitaire. Woo! Yeah, you're definitely showing your age, man. I think we need power bombs for this. Yep. So with the charge beam, you can hold down the attack button, and you charge up, and if you go into your morph ball form, you'll drop more bombs, which is kind of neat. Although one of the issues with charging is it's a little hard to charge and run and jump at the same time. But you can at least do a spin attack when you're charged up, which is very handy. Desan says, I'm so old, on my days off I wind up napping in front of the TV rather than gaming. I do that occasionally too. Alright, this is our first mini-boss. He should almost be dead. Kind of a tedious boss. He's still kind of cool. It's like his existence is to test your metal so far. You know, you've got to use most of the abilities that you've earned to this point. Ducking, morph ball, jumping, firing, missiles. Maybe even some charge beam if you want. Yeah, and to test your patience, this office, yeah. Look at that, we get super missiles already. That's always a nice effect when you use your super missile. Sometimes enemies will fall from the ceiling. Alright, I don't think there's actually anything I need to do here. Let's go ahead and access my map. Yeah, I need to go downwards. I could save it if I want to, but I think I'll be fine. Dasan says, I had a go at NES Metroid again recently, but it's hard work. I gave up. It's not that hard, man. Come on. Here, we'll call it even then. I won't play through Defender of the Crown, and you could just, you know, skip Metroid completely. Actually, one thing I do recommend with the first Metroid, if you have, like, a good flash card, is doing the MSU1, not even MSU1, just do the Infidelity ROM hack for Super Nintendo. Oh, I actually don't want to go there. I'm not going to be able to get back. Yeah, I was actually confusing an earlier room for that. Let's go back up. Yeah, the thing about the Infidelity hack is that it adds a auto map feature. So you can just pull up the map anytime you want. It makes the game so much easier. And then if you have a flash card that supports the MSU1, like a SD to SNES or FX Pack Pro, then you can get some pretty sweet background audio too. Or you can use a Mr. FPGA or software emulator. I mean, very time-consuming though, guys, is kind of relative. Like, very time-consuming as in, what, 2 hours? I mean, that's, I don't know, not that time-consuming relative to most modern games, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I remember back when the Wii U was still relatively new and Nintendo had done some virtual console stuff on it, I had fired up the first Metroid on it, and I ended up beating the game in like 2 hours, and I hadn't done that in like 20 years by that point. It's like, you know, the maps look very samey, but it's like, you literally just go either vertically or horizontally, and there's only so many vertical or horizontal shafts you can go through, and so, I don't know, maybe just with process of elimination I was able to get my way through it without too much trouble. But oh, alright, I need to go back down here. This is where I was trying to go. It is definitely archaic to Sun, absolutely. I agree with that, you know. Oh, I can't actually do that right now. I need my speed boost. Alright, so technically I guess I am going the right way. So, all the way back down. That was a waste of time. Yeah, I need power bombs for that. You do have an SD to SNES. Well, you should play it again through that. Trust me, once you have the auto map, it's like, you're like, oh, I don't even have to go through like 2/3 of these areas. Yeah, one thing that's actually really interesting about the first Metroid, you can actually beat the game with very low amounts of equipment. Yeah, and Dasan, if you haven't checked it out, I do have the Infidelity ROM hack playthrough that I did a few months ago. I think it was like back in late December or early January I did that. So if you want to see what that's all about, see if you want to, you know, spend your time with it, then that live stream is there. Alright, that's an energy refill, but I've already got full energy. Alright, little secret up here. Although it helps to be able to wall jump. We will get the high jump boots later on. You can probably make that with the high jump boots. But it's another one of those things you can access early if you know how to wall jump. Hey, Society. How are you doing, man? Alright, so this was, I wasn't paying attention. This is the Mazer? No, it's the Spazer. Mazer is an awful 3DO game. We eventually get ourselves the Ice Beam. But I think we can actually kill these guys with super missiles. Yep. And we can eventually go here. Oh, we can actually go here right now. Aha. Yeah, so this leads us up to Kraid. Can't remember if there was like something there. I don't remember. But I can actually do this. I can wall jump if I time it right. Let's see if we can get it. Haha! I'm so special. Yeah, that's basically designed for the high jump boots. Silver doors generally don't open unless you've killed a certain amount of enemies in the area. But in this case, I think you also have to beat Kraid in order for it to open. Alright, safe spot. Dragon Breath says, I think that this game, Final Fantasy II, and Zelda were the games I got the most replays from him back in the SNES era. Yeah, all those games got a lot of playtime from me as well. And Final Fantasy VI, aka Final Fantasy III, Super Mario World, Mario World, F-Zero. God, I've played a lot of Super Nintendo games to death, actually. Mega Man X, Super Castlevania 4, Secret of Mana. Top Gear. Played a lot of Top Gear. I know there's more. There's gotta be more. Donkey Kong Country. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah, there were a lot of great games during that era. Santino says, I just finished your playthrough with me and my brother from about 4 years ago. Then I got this notification. Metroid Marathon, hell yeah. That's awesome, man. Well, thanks for checking out that old stream archive. I appreciate that. I did say Mega Man X, Kyle. Yes. One of my most played Super Nintendo games right there. Super R-Type, I played a ton of that. the Mortal Kombat 2 in particular, Street Fighter 2. I'm trying to think of other titles that I played like a ton of. That was actually more fun, not having the high jump boots and like limited ammo. I had to actually think about what I was doing. Oh yeah, Mario Kart. Played a lot of Mario Kart growing up. Oh man. Yeah, Super Mario Kart. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I can actually just come back up here. There we go. Second E-tank. Alright, now we can come back down. Now we can go the intended route. Alright, I'm probably not going to be able to do this yet. Shred, you'll have to Google it, man. I don't have that stuff memorized off the top of my head. I'd imagine not many people do either. Alright, let's go back. Gimpler says, "Hey Austin, I'd like to get this game as a remaster in HD." Yeah, I don't want that. I wouldn't want to see a Super Metroid remake. It's perfectly fine as is. There's no need to remaster it. Some things should just be left as is. Dasan says Nintendo games never go down in price until the next gen. Yeah, sorry, Gimpler. I don't think even a, you know, upgrade with Octopath-like graphics would be a good thing for this game. Just my 2 cents. There's our high jump boots. Yeah, you know, well, the thing is, Dasan, it's when Nintendo is successful, they never drop the prices on their games. So, with, like... Well, that's not even entirely true, because, like, during the Wii era, they were really successful, but then they had, like, their Platinum Hits line, or whatever they called it, Player's Choice, or whatever. I forgot what they called it during the game, the Wii era. Where they did re-release a lot of their, like, best games for, like, 20 bucks. I gotta wait for this little critter to come all the way back around. Alright, there he is. But during the Wii U era, I actually watched a video on the Wii U just recently. One of the channels I followed did kind of like a retrospective and his perspective on, you know, the platform. And Nintendo was like throwing out like free games left and right. Like, buy this game, then you get like one full price game free digitally or something like that. And they had all sorts of console bundles and stuff like that. Because like they weren't doing very well during that era. They were getting desperate. But, like, Switch era Nintendo, Breath of the Wild is still a $60 game. And the game is, the game is 7 years old now? Like, come on, Nintendo. Mario Maker 2 came out, I think, like a year after the Switch came out. It's still 50 bucks at Walmart or whatever. During the GameCube era, though, you know, they weren't doing so well, and they had their Player's Choice line or whatever. You know, a bunch of, quality games for 20 bucks. But then again, you know, during the Super Nintendo era, Nintendo also had their, Player's Choice equivalent line, whatever it was called back then. Games like SimCity and F-Zero, got re-released. You know, with different packaging at a budget price, so... Yeah, I don't even know where I'm going with this. I mean, I guess when you go back through time, like, Nintendo has dropped prices on certain games. But during the Switch era, it doesn't really seem like they're doing that at all, which is kind of frustrating. Alright, speed booster. And a cat licking his butt. Bow chicka bow wow. Yeah, speed booster's great. You can smash through stuff. And you go super fast and you can jump really far. I think it is actually possible for me to sequence break and get up here. It's very tricky. Yep, there it is. You can kind of like use the tiles for you know, kind of gauging where you need to wall jump. No, it really is society. I totally agree. Definitely a skill issue for sure. I mean, that's the case with a lot of games, to be honest with you. Like, a lot of people will complain, like, oh, this game's so hard to control. It's like, well, you think that just because you haven't gotten used to it, and you haven't adapted to it, and you haven't gotten better at it. Not everything's going to be 100% natural the first time you play it. And honestly, in some cases, if you're still having trouble, you know, 10 hours later, then it's probably a you problem. And, you know, maybe you just can't be helped. I don't know. I like to think that anybody should be able to do almost anything when it comes to retro video games. It's just practice and, you know, learning to play a specific way. But I don't know. I didn't grow up during an era where, like, everything had to be accessible to everybody. You know, it's like, we actually had to learn things and adapt our playstyle and not have everything be catered to us, our specific tastes and wants. But nowadays, it's like, if a game's not catered to your specific playstyle, then the game is broken, or it's terrible, or it's designed poorly, blah blah blah. It's like, give me a break, people. So I have to take a lot of complaints these days with kind of a grain of salt, if you know what I mean. Alright, I'm actually going the wrong way. Just jump back up here. There we go. There was this tweet a few weeks back on Twitter, obviously. This guy was like, posted a screenshot of the infamous vertical hallway in Super Metroid and said, I think the wall jumping is absolutely awful in this game. And he says, I know you guys are just gonna say, get good, scrub, or something like that. And I just retweeted it and wrote, get good. It's like the wall jumping was hard for all of us growing up, you know? But check this out, like we got good with it, and now I can do it almost without fail, like, and it's super satisfying. And there are a lot of things that I hated when I first experienced them, like half of Battletoads, you know? But I got good at the game, and now I love, like, everything about it. And so it's also, your perceptions can change based on whether you actually get over that skill hurdle. Oh, the wall jump's not a simple, easy one-button press, or it doesn't automatically do it for me. It's designed terribly. Like, give me a break. Just get off my lawn. Hey, Ian, what's going on, man? How are you doing today, sir? It is nice that you can actually jump from a duck. Like, imagine if you had to actually, like, you went from morph ball to ducking to standing, then jumping. But it's great that you can just jump from a duck. See, that's good. That's good design. It's thoughtful. Chris Clark says nothing beats the feeling of getting over a skill hurdle. That vertical shaft drove me nuts, but it was extremely satisfying to get up to it. Yeah, I agree. It also kind of taught us to experiment as well, because I remember trying to powerbomb my way all the way up that vertical shaft. Yeah, that was something special. Alright, so this I think I can actually, yeah, just wall jump here. Wave beam. Wave cat. Hey, Banu, welcome back. And the wave beam is one of the best things in this game, because it just goes through walls. Oops, I messed up there. Okay, these spikes are actually pretty dangerous, so this is actually quite risky. Oh my god, wall jump, why are you not working now? Thank you. Uh-oh. No, I can't actually go down there. Ah, great. That was close. Now, I do have, like, an auto refill. Thankfully, it didn't have to kick in. Yeah, so you come up here, and then it's like a dead end. I forgot about that. It's like, haha, you thought you were smart. Actually, let me go ahead and save it. This takes us back to the beginning here. No, Society, full playthrough doesn't necessarily mean 100%, it just means going through a game from start to finish. If I was doing 100%, then I would maybe write 100% playthrough, but honestly I don't really care that much. Yeah, I never write full 100% playthrough or anything like that in my video descriptions. So full playthrough to me is just start to finish. Doesn't necessarily mean all items or whatever. Plus, if you were here at the beginning, you would know it's just a casual playthrough. And then if you're watching the archive, you can just tune out, go somewhere else if you absolutely need 100% for some weird reason. Some weird, arbitrary reason. Alright, I'm gonna have to actually go back this way, because I don't have the hook shot. Just asking, dude. I'm just telling you, dude. Now, I don't understand why so many people are hellbent on 100%, though. It's like... I've already gotten the question like 5 times already since we started. And you guys that have been watching me long enough should already know. You shouldn't even have to ask me. You know I don't really ever go for 100%. I put full playthroughs in all the games videos that I'm going through from start to finish. I'm pretty consistent in that way. You shouldn't really ever, you know. You know me. I'm predictable. I like to think that's a good thing. Full playthrough is invalid if I fail to save the animals. Oh, jeez. Yay, internet retro memes. I guess it's not really a meme, but I don't know. You know, before games done quick, nobody cared about saving the animals. But I'll try to save the animals. Jeez. Ian says, real men don't need 100%. That's right, man. These are just video games. video games. More important things in life than getting 100% over and over again in Super Metroid. Hassan says, except in FPS games. There's definitely a lot of people that are hardcore in the Doom community about 100%ing every single map. Alex says, hey man, C's get degrees, am I right? Hey, they do. You don't need to pass with an A. Hell, back in high school, you could pass with a D. Dragon says you could probably pass with an F nowadays. I would hope not. Alright, I'm gonna actually go this way. Hopefully I can do this without dying. Might be able to go up here too. Let's see. Get some more health. I mean, ultimately, you know, you do you when it comes to video games, but I don't know. Phoenix Destiny says, speaking of a game which was infamous with its reward for 100% completion. I don't know, I'm sure there's plenty of games like that, Phoenix. I know Mario Sunshine was, like, apparently you just get something super basic as a bonus for getting 100%. It was like a total waste of time. Super Metroid, it's not really hard to get 100%, you just need to know where everything is, but apparently some of the stuff in games like Mario Sunshine, it was like a real pain in the ass to actually get some of the items. And that kind of, once you start doing stuff like that, like, I've 100%ed Super Metroid plenty of times, but like, it wasn't like I really had to go out of my way to do it. Like, once I knew where everything was, I just grabbed everything along the way, and it was pretty easy. And then you get into, like, 3D platformers that, like, you know, you've got to do an entire, like, 20-minute mission or level or something, and you've got to do it perfectly in order to get something that's required for the 100%. And at that point, I'm just like, I tune out. I'm like, this is a waste of time. And it's not really fun at that point, especially when, like, the levels themselves are actually really difficult. You make one small mistake, then you gotta do the whole thing over again. Like, nah, screw that. I'm good. Got more fun things to be doing with my life. Oh, Phoenix said Mario Sunshine. Wow, right after I did. Or we said it both right at the same time, probably. But yeah, I've heard that one's infamous. I've seen a couple of retrospectives on that game. I still want to go through that game, but there's no way I'm gonna try to go for everything or anywhere close to it. You know, generally I just like to beat the game and then probably play it again, just because it's fun, and then... But I don't go farther than that. And you guys could see that in my Luigi's Mansion live stream from a long time ago. Probably 7 years ago by this point. 6, 7 years ago. You know, I had learned how to beat the game, and I beat it again, and then probably one more time on my live stream, and, you know, I had a good time with it, but that was it. I wasn't going for 100%. The requirements for doing that seemed a little absurd. Or a little tedious, at least. Alright, so I got the power bombs. Whee! Well, Seraph, welcome back. Your opinion is pretty consistent with most others, so... yeah, most people I've talked to, especially online, they love this game to death, like... And they're big Metroid fans, they like most of the series, you know? Of all the Metroid games, it kind of seems like the first two are the most contentious. Well, I guess... if you're not counting Metroid Other M, but... It's, you know, from here on out, the series has generally been pretty well regarded. Especially this one. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can actually jump up here. Track insists to not bring that one up. Metroid Other M, not a fan, I see. Okay, mess that up. From a gameplay standpoint, I actually enjoyed Metroid Other M for the most part. I did a blind stream here, and then off stream, I went and finished it up on my own. And, you know, the gameplay itself I thought was actually alright. But the way story was implemented and stuff like that was not particularly good or even interesting. But I did like the visuals and gameplay. Alright, we got our hook shot. Society likes Metroids 1 and 2 better than Fusion. Yeah, I really liked Fusion. I think I like that more than the first two games. Now, I have a major soft spot for the first Metroid because I grew up with it, and, you know, I can jump into it and generally get through it without too much trouble, even without, like, a map or anything like that. But I understand why people don't really care for it that much these days. It is kind of archaic. But I was feeling kind of the same way about Metroid 2 recently. I went back to play it and I was like, oh man, this is kind of like tedious and boring. So I don't know. I think I'm going to try to actually finish it again sometime soon so we can try to do a live stream. And then maybe later on in the year I can try to move to the Game Boy Advance Metroids. Seraph, no, I have not played AM2R. I want to. I've heard it's really good, but, you know, like a lot of things, it's kind of low on my priority list right now, 'cause limited time and whatnot, and other games I want to play. No, I agree, Ian. I don't think Metroid 1 is janky. No. I mean, it's got some jank to it, like an enemy can follow you into these room transitions and you take damage. Like, that's kind of jank, you know. Some of the hitboxes might not be the best either, you know, especially compared to this, but, you know, it is totally playable. It's, you know, you can be skillful and accurate with your attacks. It's more just obtuse. It's not really janky so much as it is obtuse, like confusing, you know? So many rooms look the same, so it's easy to get lost. You know, like I said earlier, those are just things you kind of get used to, though, as you play the game more and, you know... Yeah. Just want to fill in my map here. Dragon says, I have the same problem with Fusion, Other M, and Dread. Too damned linear and too much hand-holding. You know what's kind of ironic about Metroid Dread, though, is despite the, like, over-engineered map, like, I got lost like crazy. Because it wasn't obvious on, like, where I was supposed to go next. And the map was so complicated that, like, the map was so complicated, it was so easy to miss that one little, like, nook and cranny I had to explore in order to start making progress again. So even though it was designed to be, from what I can tell, super linear, it, you know, it didn't come off that way to me. I actually did acquire a copy of Metroid Dread on my own, when I had done my YouTube stream early in the year. I was actually borrowing my brother's copy. So I do want to pick back up my save file and try to go back to it again. All right. I could probably just run back, but I'll take the scenic route. Executioner asks, did I have a good birthday? It was a birthday, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess all things considered, it wasn't all that great, but, you know, I'm thankful to have had what I did have. You know, I could have had absolutely nothing. It's my first birthday without a dad, so that was kind of weird. And, I also had to work on my birthday. And by the time I got out to do stuff, it was kind of late, and, it's kind of rushing to get stuff done because of that, and you never want to rush on a birthday. It's just like, I don't know. And then I felt all, like, nauseous and woozy for the last half of the night, so, like, consuming alcohol wasn't really all that much fun. Yeah, it was a birthday, I guess. Alright, so we need the ice beam. We probably get that here. Yeah, Ian, honestly, that's kind of how I felt about it. It's like, oh, great, I'm 42 now. Yay? It's like... It's like, congratulations, you're one step closer to dying, your sex drive is not what it used to be, and, you're fat and tired all the time now. Congrats! Happy birthday! Yeah, no, I mean, no offense, Execution, I haven't even checked my Xbox yet, man, so... I don't even know what you got me. But trust me, I will check. Probably later tonight when I fire up the Xbox for some YouTube or something. But I've been kind of away from it for a couple days now. Alright. Hey, Lonic, welcome to the stream. Says, hello from Brazil. Great game, man. We're all getting old, by the way. You're right, you're right. Dragon says, my wife had to remind me that I turned 46 this year, not 47. I actually lost track. There are some days I lose track. Like, I thought I was already 42. Alright. Trying to figure out where I want to go. So that down there to the bottom right, that's, I think, the access to Ridley's Lair. So we don't actually do that until towards the end of the game. So I think I'm actually going back up to Brinstar since we have the speed booster now. Hey, X, you know why I use Edge, though. That's how I watch YouTube. If you use the internal YouTube app, you can't leave comments and stuff like that. So I watch it through the Edge web browser. So whenever I've got Edge up, I'm either looking at Atari Age, the Shmups forum, or I'm, you know, watching YouTube. Mostly YouTube. I'll leave YouTube up in the background, either for YouTube videos, or I'll have YouTube music up. Ian said, my last few birthdays were so boring that even my hair started to leave the party. Oh. Man, people complain about the wall jumping, they should be complaining about the water physics in this game. Am I right? Well, I will say, Executioner, there are things I don't like about the Edge browser. Like, if you have multiple tabs open, when you switch to another tab, it always has to reload the page. Which is annoying. I mean, the Xbox Series X should have, like, plenty of memory to work with. I don't understand why it even has to do that. It doesn't have to do it on a PC. Like, why does it have to do it on the Xbox? I don't know. Whoops. Also, some of the page loads can be a little weird. Like, things you would think should load really fast don't. But, you know, it beats having, like, a computer set up on my HD TV. Which I did actually used to have, and it was fine. But then, like, I tried to do a graphics card update, or a graphics driver update, and it bricked the computer. Which is the first time I've ever had that happen. So that was fun. So I just started using my Xbox instead, and yeah, it's been working out okay. It's well enough. Not amazing, but at least I can use the Xbox for that. And I got a keyboard and mouse hooked up to it and everything. Whoops. X-ray scope. I bricked the computer, Dragon, as in, it wouldn't even, get past the BIOS screen. Oh, you would use the B button to do that, okay. Alright, there we go. The X-ray scope is kind of neat, but not really all that necessary. But hey, if you're one of those 100%ers, it helps you get that 100%. Whee! Oh, OCD, gotta fill in that block. Alright, so I want to actually just come up here and do a few things in Brindstar. Yeah, you need that speed booster, I think, just to get back. And the wave beam. Now, there was that vertical shaft before I came back to Brindstar. And I can try to go up that too, and I can get to the wrecked ship. Actually, now that I've got super missiles and power bombs, I could probably get to that from above ground as well. Hey, Scott, what's going on, man? So Ian was saying there's so many different TVs with different features now. They don't always play nice with graphics cards. Yeah, no, that's definitely not the issue with that one computer, though. It was, but it is true. Some TVs just don't play nice with, not just graphics cards, but like certain upscalers. Like, I remember bringing my FrameMeister over to my brother's house. Okay, so we can't actually do this right now because I have to have the suit that lets me run through water, and I don't have that. So I'm not going to be able to do the speed boost here. I'm actually getting a little confused here. Alright, let's go back. Oh, I got stuck for some reason. That was weird. Alright. Nice, another E-tank. Yeah, this is actually where I wanted to go. So this is where you learn how to wall jump. Sort of. Oh, no, this is actually where they teach you how to do this. Yep, I'm getting my areas confused. There we go. You stop, press down, and then you can, you hit the wall. Sorry, little guy. Yeah, there's another vertical shaft like that in this area. I think that's where we need the speed boost in that water section. And that's where we get taught how to wall jump. Well, it's implied wall jumping is a thing. It doesn't really... It's not like it pops up with a message that says, hey, this is how you wall jump. Nothing like that. If you don't know how to do it, or can't figure it out, then you can get stuck there for a long time. Alright, I need to get a power bomb. Super missile. Alright, there's a couple. Oh, geez, Ian, I remember the pump shoes. That was... ugh. A lot of us dumb kids fell for that. Boo, Reebok, boo. So this is like in the first Metroid. Yeah, so you'll fall down here, and you have to wall jump to get back up. And they put a save spot down here too. Like, if you save it here, you are stuck until you learn that wall jump. Did I watch the Super Mario Brothers cartoon and the Zelda cartoon on Fridays? Yes, I did. Yeah, that was a staple for me growing up. And they hum the Metroid theme. Or one of the Metroid themes. I could beat you up there. You'll be here with me in 5 to 10 years, but you'll be sipping Metamucil when I stream. Hey, Metamucil's not a bad thing. I drink it sometimes. I should actually have it every day. Especially with my current fast food diet. Maybe I'll have some later tonight. It's a good reminder, Ian. Thank you. Hey, Zanctum. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. So if I wanted to, I could actually turn off the freeze functionality. Might not actually be able to get back up here. Yeah, I have to come down from up above. Tonight's episode sponsored by Metamucil. Crap like you've never cracked before. Hey! I mean, I didn't actually need to do that, come to think of it. Yeah, could have just bombed right through that. I thought there was something. Yeah, there's something else up there, though. Okay, I can't really do that right now. You can also come into your main ship and save it, by the way. No, I actually didn't want to do that. Not yet. I need more room. Oh, there it is. MD Mister, I don't know about that, man. Yeah, some younger gamers are getting into retro or retro-inspired titles, but modern gaming, I think, is still doing just fine, man. I mean, modern gaming, I think, is probably the most popular it's ever been at any point in time in history. We don't see it. A lot of us don't play those games. Either due to other obligations, or, you know, we're stuck in our old ways. But lots of younger gamers also still scoff at old stuff, just like we scoffed at the old stuff growing up. Well, I personally never really scoffed at old video games, because I grew up with them. They were always kind of normal to me. But I did scoff at my parents' music growing up. Yeah, so we have to go down here to get those goodies I was talking about earlier. I'm just gonna eat the damage. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all, MD Mister. I think that's kind of a narrow perception. Console and PC stuff is doing just fine. I mean, hell, PC as a market has, like, grown substantially. It's actually kind of insane the amount of, like, free-to-play games that are mega popular as well. That's something I never would have really predicted growing up. So a lot of, like, cool free-to-play stuff back in the day was on PC. It was a little more underground. Actually, let's go ahead and save it. Get our energy back. I mean, when I consider, like, modern gaming, I don't even think about, like mobile gaming, like, not handhelds like Switch or 3DS or whatever, but, like, actual, like, phones. I don't even think about that, and that's a whole other market sector that's just gigantic. Am I going to get GTA 6 whenever it releases? No. Because I've never played anything past Grand Theft Autos 1 and 2 from back in the day, so I always told myself if I play a Grand Theft Auto again, I'm gonna go back and start with the older ones like Grand Theft Auto 3, but I still have those on Xbox, but I haven't gotten around to actually doing them. Yeah, Tony, they're making Grand Theft Auto games still. Grand Theft Auto 5, I think, was probably, like, the most popular game of all time. Like, that's how much it sold. Like, it's... And it's still, like, really popular. A ton of people are still playing that game. Tony says, I thought they stopped. You thought wrong. Huh, interesting. I can't freeze him. But I can zap him. Are you so out of touch? No, it's the kids who are wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't commenting on something like that. I know you're just joking, but like you did mention that like more kids now are playing retro stuff than ever, and it's like I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. That was what I was kind of commenting on, but also I don't know. The perception I see is there's still tons of people buying the latest and greatest modern games, or at least they think they're the greatest. And you do have lots of younger folks playing retro-inspired games, but I don't see a lot of them, or hear a lot of them actually playing, like, actual retro games, like NES and Super Nintendo, and or even PlayStation and Saturn. But, I mean, there are lots of retro-inspired games that are really popular. I mean, hell, like, I've been playing Dead Cells a ton, and that's a retro-inspired game. But one that, you know, has resonated with younger audiences, too. Hades is, like, kind of retro-inspired. But it still looks more like a modern game. You know, with its nice high-res, like, hand-drawn art style. But that's not a retro game, though. I still consider that to be a modern game. You know, same with Hollow Knight, retro-inspired. Ori and the Blind Forest, retro-inspired. But very beautiful, very modern-looking. But I guarantee you, 20 bucks, you go out on the street and you ask some random ass kid, like, hey man, have you played Super Metroid? They're gonna be like, what the hell's a Super Metroid? Or maybe you'll get lucky and it'll be like the one kid that has a Switch with Switch Online. They're like, oh yeah, I think I've seen that on there. I've never played it though. Do it again! I love the transparency effects. Alright, he should be dead. Ian says Hades was solid. Yeah, it's definitely solid. I want to play it more. I might even play it more tonight. I don't know, I gotta figure out if I want to do more Dead Cells later tonight or Hades. Kyle says, man, I just played Hollow Knight for the first time a week ago. I loved it. Yeah, that's a game I really want to try to play through. I think I have that on Steam. I might even have it on Switch. I don't remember. Ian says, my stepson told me he plays retro games. He was referencing Minecraft. That one hurt. Hey Leo, what's going on? Hey Ben, welcome back. Banu says it depends on how far back you have to go to be officially retro. There's quite a few games that could be retro now that were retro inspired when they first released. Yeah, well that's also, I think, a problem with the retro term itself. I think we probably need to come up with a different description or different labels for different eras of retro. But, you know, there's a point where we're not going to be able to just label everything as retro anymore. It's not going to make any sense. It's going to lose its meaning. But the term retro came around when, like, 360 and PS3 were the current systems on the market. And retro was, you know, NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and, you know, PS1 and Saturn. And then anything past that was definitely not, unless you were counting, like, Game Boy Advance. You know, so... Oh, actually, let me go back up and save it. This will be a lot easier if I had the, I don't remember if it's the Various suit or if it's one of the other suits where you can move underwater easier. I forgot what the term was. Gravity suit. That's what Tony says. Right on, Tony. Chris calls it the Meridia suit. No, that's not a good description, AKX. I think that's terrible. That forces you to remember what all, like, the generation numbers mean, and that's just some arbitrary term or arbitrary labeling that dingbats on Wikipedia came up with. I don't even know what, like, all the numbers mean. I always have to look them up. When someone's like, hey, 6th generation, I'm like, I don't know what the F a 6th generation is. Let me go look it up. I'm like, oh. Well, that console probably shouldn't be there, and that console probably shouldn't be there. That's kind of why, like, I don't use the numbering on, you know, the number generation or whatever descriptions when I'm talking about stuff. I'm like, it's the PS2, Xbox, Dreamcast era. It's like, because those were the consoles, like, and GameCube. Those were the consoles competing with each other. That was the generation. And then before that, it was PS1, Saturn, N64. And then, of course, you lump stuff like 3DO and Jaguar and into that. And then prior to that, it was the Genesis and Super Nintendo and TurboGrafx era, with some CDI and maybe Neo Geo CD and Neo Geo AES thrown in, whatever. But there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. As time goes on, I think there's going to have to be a better way. Otherwise, it's just going to get way too confusing, and only, like, people that eat, breathe, drink, sleep old school video games are going to, like, know the terminology. Let's fall down here. That too, MD Mister, yeah, for the old eras, you know, I will use the, you know, 8-bit era, or 16-bit era, or 32-bit era. That, it's easier to remember, and it's also easier to visualize. Because it's, oh, the PlayStation and Saturn were 32-bit consoles, and Genesis and Super Nintendo were 16-bit consoles, or they were considered as such, you know, and you can get real nuance with the technicalities. But yeah, I do think that we're going to have to rethink how we use the word retro relative, you know, to just, we're going to think about how we use the term retro to describe old school video games. Because, you know, when I got onto YouTube 15 years ago, it was retro for NES and Super Nintendo and the 32-bit era. But now 360 could be retro, and 360 to me does not look retro. A lot of those games still look modern. Like, if they've got resolution boosts and frame rate boosts, they don't even need texture quality boosts, to be honest with you. Like, they would still look pretty good. You know, maybe add some, like, ray tracing features or something, I don't know. But you wouldn't really have to do a whole lot with them to make them look quote-unquote modern. There's the gravity suit. Kyle says this won't work forever, but for now there's a big dividing line at analog versus digital video output. I completely forgot that you get this suit here. I'm actually really glad I came here first. I was tempted to do Meridia, but man, that would have been a pain in the ass if I did. Would have been a big mistake. Leo says, I never accepted the accepted assortment of console generations. The ADSC with the ColecoVision 5200 Vectrex being tossed in the 2600 generation. Yeah, no, I totally agree. That was next gen compared to 2600 back then. Those consoles were like big steps up from the 2600s. Yeah, I completely agree with that too, Leo. Yeah, totally. And the funny thing is, if you're gonna lump the ColecoVision with the 2600 era, then you need to lump the NES with it too, because it came out in '83 in Japan. You know, it's early '80s technology. Yeah, so that's actually, you know, a big reason why I don't accept those definitions either. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, the X-ray beam is pretty handy after all, I suppose. Yay! Yeah, you might be right, Ian. You know, I did grow up with this stuff, and so I do have a very particular perspective, for sure. But it's like, should we be coming up with new terms, or should we be educating people on how it was generally experienced by, you know, the everyman when all this stuff was current? I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, I just want to be able to talk with people and say, hey, this is this or that, and we just immediately understand what we're talking about. But now, when we say, hey, I'm playing this retro game, and like you said, Ian, your kid refers to that as Minecraft. And I don't know. That's not retro. That's still a modern game in my eyes. It's retro-inspired, but it is still very much a modern game. Like, his idea of retro means something completely different than ours. But it has to mean something. I mean, words mean things, right? Like, so I guess we have to come up with different terminology, so when we say such words to each other, we automatically understand what they imply. You're right. There's some goodies over here, but I don't think it really matters that much. Oh, actually, you know what? I think we're gonna have to go back to Meridia. This is just like optional. Wow, this was pointless. Sweet. Yeah, so I guess I could have just got here from the other side, and that's the whole point of this. Scott, so the problem with pre-HDMI consoles is that HDMI was PS3. And then it was Xbox One and PS4, and now it's Series and PS5 consoles, and Switch, and Wii U. It's like, so we're so many HDMI generations in now that, oh, this is taking us to the back end of Meridia. Oh, it's interesting. I don't normally do this. Not this way. So that, even that description may have been good at one point in time, but now we're too far into the HDMI era that it also no longer means anything. Leo says, perhaps even, Ian, but I'm stubborn, and even my definition of what's classic retro has evolved. PS2, for instance, is now solidly in the retro category in my head, whereas just a few years ago it wasn't. Yeah, I agree with that too, Leo. A few years ago, I wouldn't think PS2 was retro, but it is definitely... I mean, I can play just about any PS2 game now, and it looks like it is really, really old. I think being standard def actually helps a lot, because there are early 360 and PS3 games that I would consider to be like super PS2 titles, but they are 720p or 1080p, and so they still look, you know, kind of nice. Dragon says, how about physical copy games are retro? No, that doesn't really work either, because there are still physical titles out there. And contrary to popular belief, a lot of them do actually come with all the data on the disc. Or enough data to be fully playable, anyway. Yeah, there's a great Twitter account I follow. I think it's called, like, Does It Play? And they basically test physical discs and basically try to see if they're playable without needing an online connection. And to my surprise, tons of games come out with the data on the disc. It's pretty cool. Chris says, but do they come with a fancy instruction booklet? No. That's actually, you know, I'm very interested to know what actually plays off the disc and what doesn't. Or, you know, what is actually there. You know, I might not actually be able to go any further here. Let's see. Oh, there's a hallway here. Let's see. Okay, I can. Thought I might have to actually go all the way back around. Yeah, no, see, arbitrary, you know... I don't how am I gonna say this? I don't think using years is a good way of doing it either, Dragon, because... the word retro will still lose its meaning. It's like, oh, X amount of years old, but you know, when you say something's retro, it should, a picture in your mind should automatically show up. Like, oh, for us, when we first started calling things retro, it was NES, Super Nintendo, whatever. It's just, but if you start like looking at things like, when you think retro, oh, I think a PS3 game that looks a lot like a modern Series X game, that's retro. Like, I don't know. It doesn't really line up for me. Any console no longer supported by the manufacturer. Nope. Still not a good... No. Not a good way to, like, visualize... When someone says retro, you should automatically, like, a picture should come up in your head. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's, yeah, I get it. But now, with the term, like, including stuff like PS3 and 360... it could mean a whole slew of things. It could mean 35, 40 years worth of stuff. It's like, I don't know, man. Talking about stuff like this while playing a game like Super Metroid is really taxing on my brain. Jeez. And look at how big Meridia is as well. Dreamcast says, I think Dreamcast went retro in the average classic gamer's mind years before the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox did. That right there should tell you that an arbitrary time-based scheme doesn't really work with how people think. Yeah, and you know, I think for Dreamcast, a lot of it was too, a big part of its library is very, like, arcade-centric, which that in and of itself is kind of retro in a way. Because the arcade games of old, they are not really... they're not made anymore, really. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know why I'm saying that. I guess games being arcade-oriented fell out of favor a long time ago, and that was kind of the Dreamcast bread and butter. I guess that's what I mean. PS2 had some of that stuff, but not nearly as much as the Dreamcast did, and things started becoming a lot more story and cinematic-focused with PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. And so, even though Dreamcast doesn't really look any more retro than PS2, Xbox, or GameCube, the gameplay styles were definitely... kind of falling out of favor with your average gamer back in the day. Yeah, I don't see, for me, Dragon, I don't think retro should be a term that gradually changes over time. We need to come up with new terms to describe, like, specific eras. But something better than, like, a first gen, or second gen, third gen, 27th gen scheme. You know, we need something better than that. And, we haven't really come up with anything yet. Or we could just stop using the term retro altogether. Because it's gonna end up meaning so many different things that it's gonna lose all meaning in the process, and that's the problem I see. Alright, so I have to figure out, there is a way to get like a missile pack up here. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna skip this. I don't want to bother with it. It's gonna be too much trouble. But yeah, this is one of those things, if you wanted to get 100%, you'd have to learn how to do. Yeah, that missile pack right there, so you would fall all the way down. Okay, so this plant right here, and I'd have to, like, perfectly do my speed boost jump. I think my R button's not working all that great. Every time I try to use it, like, Samus doesn't aim fast enough. Well, now that I'm doing it, it's working, but, Most of the playthrough, I've just been using the D-pad to do my diagonals. No. Alright, I'm not screwing with it. Ian, I like the way you think. You know, it's like you buy a pizza. Do you really have to eat the whole thing? You know, leave some for someone else. You don't have to 100% every pizza you get. Oh, boy. Yeah, after Meridia here, we should be able to go to Ridley's Lair. And then after Ridley's Lair, we'll be at the end of the game. Oh, I'm just back down here again. So Dragon, we actually used the term classic before retro was ever a term. It used to be called classic gaming, not retro gaming. And now everyone just calls it retro. But classic gaming is what we used before, you know, classic gaming is what we used when, like, the PS1 and Saturn were still on the market. Like, there was a website called classicgaming.com. Focused on, you know, 8 and 16-bit stuff. Especially the Golden Age era stuff. Atari 2600, Intellivision, ColecoVision, stuff like that, 5200. And everything that came before. Which for some of that stuff that came before, you really kind of had to be an enthusiast to even really care about. Some of it is just... some of it has not held up very well. Ah! Whee! Hey, that works. Hey, Paralysis, welcome back. Oops, that's not good. Burgle, are you still doing Zelda soon? Yeah, probably. Probably. Or maybe I should say probably not, because I said I probably would not be doing Super Metroid again, and then like 2 days later, here I am. Surprise! I can do that one too. Or not. Yeah, no, Tony, that's not happening anytime soon. I don't know what I'd be doing in that game. I haven't beat that game since the early 90s, so... We're gonna do the first Zelda again, because I did beat that about a month and a half ago, so I should still be able to do that without too much trouble. I might even do another run of it on my own time, just to refamiliarize myself again. So it's a little bit smoother of a playthrough, I guess. But definitely not doing Link to the Past. Hell no. That's a lot of time. I don't know. There's still a bunch of other stuff I plan on streaming. I don't know when. Like I said on the last stream, I'm trying to stream at least once a week. If I feel like it today, you know, maybe twice a week. Just depends on what I've got going on in my personal life. Right now, we're in between seasons for Pinball League, so it makes it a little bit easier to fit in more streams like this. Yeah, this was that vertical shaft I was talking about earlier. You use your ice beam to get up it. Alright, let's check the map. Let's go back here. We're gonna go back up to where we were. Hey, Chris, thank you very much for that, sir. I really appreciate all the fine streaming. This is one of my favorite games, too. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate that. It helps out a lot. I hope it's fine streaming. I'm not feeling fine streaming. I need to get my crap back in order so I can do more 10-hour streams like I used to. But even like a 2.5-hour stream like this, I'm struggling with. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it anyway. It is a great game. It is nice to be able to play through it again. Leo says, I think for a fair number of folks in this stream, their phone probably isn't a major gaming platform. But perhaps that's just him. It's definitely not a major platform for me. That's for sure. I've got a handful of games on my phone, but I never, ever play them. Probably about 10 years ago and on, well, 10 and prior, I actually would play cell phone games quite a bit, but it was mostly like while I was working. You know, I worked a help desk job. I was at sitting in an office chair all day, and I would play it either in between calls or even during calls. You know, please restart your computer, blah blah blah. And while they're doing that, like, I'd be playing a game. But I don't really do that anymore, so. Oh, that put me back up here. Nice. Well, since I got the gravity suit, I could actually try to do this, other little secret. Hey, Pure, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. I really actually should be going back to Meridia. I'm just getting way off course right now. Whatever. Off course it is, then. Am I still planning a Cowabunga collection stream? Honestly, I haven't really even thought about it. But I do have it. I mean, I could do that sometime. I totally forgot about that, honestly. It's coming back for some goodies, I guess. Energy tank. Forgot how I'm supposed to get this. Oh, you know what? Nope, that's how you do it. Okay. Thought maybe I was supposed to use my speed booster. That would have been a pain. John Evans says, that would be bodacious, dude. I recently just beat Hyperstone Heist on my nephew's Switch. That is like the worst Michelangelo impersonation ever. Yes, Hyperstone Heist is excellent. Great game, great game. I'd love to own a copy, but I'm not paying the price for it. I mean, that's the case with a lot of those good 16-bit era games now. I just can't do it. Dragon says, I've heard worse. Well, thank you. I'm flattered. This is actually kind of cool. This area opens up. One thing I love about, like, the classic Metroid sections in this game, it's like, you know, they expand upon them. Yeah, I guess we're going back down from Meridia. And that works. Ian, I don't know about that actually. I used to think Turtles in Time Arcade was like so close to the Super Nintendo one, and then you play them now. They play like two totally different games. Combat feels totally different between them. Arcade also has like double the enemies on screen. It's pretty crazy. I do want to spend more time with Turtles in Time Arcade, because it does feel so different, and it, you know, it's also very difficult. So yeah, doing a Cowabunga collection stream could be kind of fun. We'd end up playing a lot of games, though, that I haven't really messed around with in a long time, like the Game Boy Turtles games. This is like perfect sleepy Milo music. His eyes are sort of open.
Hey, buddy.
I wonder where Patchouli is right now. Yeah, you have to speed boost up there. Ugh. Oh, it's right. We don't need to go this way. I'm gonna go farther over to the right. Power up. Yeah, Ian, you're right. Super Nintendo Final Fight only had about 3 enemies on screen at once. Which made it a lot easier than the arcade game, but, yeah, it was unfortunate. Of course, everybody knows of the lack of 2 players. Doesn't really bother me, but I know beat-em-ups are big with, you know, big amongst, like, friends that get together and game. But still, like, despite those downgrades, at the time when it first came out, it was still... I thought it still looked awesome. You know, my neighbors had rented it, and I was just, like, blown away by it. you know, a bunch of us just came from, like, the NES, and, like, as much as people like the rail on Super Nintendo Final Fight, you know, you play something like TMNT, the arcade game on NES, which was great for the time. Final Fight just made it look like, you know, child's play. Pure says TMNT Arcade on the Cowabunga collection has something called Nightmare Mode, which just floods the area with baddies. Imagine if Final Fight had that. Impossible for crowd control. Well, Final Fight, to be fair, you can throw enemies very easily, and that's huge for crowd control. Also, Final Fight, the end game is like utterly ridiculous. You'll have like 15 or 20 enemies on screen. But I'd be interested to see this Nightmare Mode on TMNT, Arcade. Ian, yeah, I mean, Final Fight Arcade in particular is a very, very difficult beat-em-up. You know, the farthest I got on one credit was the very beginning of the final level. And I only did that like once or twice. You know, usually I don't even make it half that far. And, you know, I knew the game pretty well. I had the arcade cabinet for a few years, so I played it quite a bit. Yeah, one of my goals was always to be able to... One of my personal goals was to be able to 1cc that game, but... I kind of gave up after a point. Yeah, it's a whole lot of nothing. Speed booster, great. Okay. Oops. Little Metroid wannabes. Okay. Oh, just enough room. Okay. Alright, another mini boss. I always forget about this guy. It's not really what I'm trying to do. Yeah, we can get, I think it's the jump ball later. That'll help us get through that. I might have to actually go down here. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Okay, we're good. Hey, boss time. Hey, Wayne, welcome to the stream. Tank. Tank, tank, tank. Space jump! Yeah, so now we can basically jump infinitely, which is nice. And then I guess in Ridley's lair we'll get the screw attack. Such a cool looking animation. Actually, let me come back down here real quick. That's it. I've played Final Doom on PlayStation many times, and I have a full live stream of it from a long time ago. I will not be playing that game again because I hate it. But yeah, I have a stream archive of that from many years ago. And, yeah. Not a great version of Doom. Yes, so it was really Final Doom. Just final of that version of Doom. That's for sure. Actually, interestingly enough, I finally grabbed the PS1 Doom Total Conversion for PC. Someone basically, you know, converted all those levels over to run in a source port of Doom. I'll probably do a stream of that sometime soon, because some of you guys will probably be interested in that. But it's just PS1 Doom and, you know, running on PC. Which is interesting. But it also feels a little weird because it feels more barren than PC Doom. Hey, there it is. Oh, no, there's not. That's the plasma beam. Where's the spring ball at, guys? It'd be funny if I already had it and I just wasn't paying attention. Wayne says, most underrated Metroidvania or hidden gem? I have no freaking idea. I've mainly just played the Castlevanias, and that's about it. Castlevanias, Metroids. Yeah, no clue. Someone else could probably answer that. Metroidvania wasn't even really a genre back in the 90s. It was just kind of like, you know, you had games with non-linear elements, and we kind of lumped them all together, whether it was a Metroid or a Castlevania or a Battle of Olympus or something like that. Some of the East games. Alright, oh, I have to go down and to the right if I want that spring ball. I think that's where it is. MD Mister says Wonder Boy games are Metroidvanias? If so, they get his vote. I mean, yeah, why not? They were Metroidvanias before they were, you know, known as Metroidvanias. Or before the genre had been coined. Yeah, again, we basically just looked at them as just like non-linear action-adventure games. But something like Wonder Boy 3 Dragon's Trap absolutely qualifies, for sure. AKX says, Legacy of the Wizard springs to mind when it comes to early Metroidvanias. Yeah, that's definitely got a lot of those elements for sure. A very difficult game. Wayne says, maybe try Shadow Man. Yeah, that's been on my to-do list for a long time, but I don't know if that'll actually ever happen. Too many games, too little time. It looks cool, but it's something that, I don't know. I actually played it a little bit back in the day, but on Dreamcast specifically, but I don't know, it didn't really click with me all that much. But there's our spring ball. I wanted that before we go to Ridley's Lair. Hero Core. No, probably not MD Mister. Too many games, too little time. I don't need new games being added to my backlog list. Seriously, I don't need any new games added to my backlog list. Hell, I just added one the other day, Hades. I'm gonna be playing that a lot. I don't need anything else. Especially not with the intent to stream on YouTube, because like that'll never get done. And honestly, I don't think blind streams are all that interesting for people. I tend to not get many people watching them. Oh, for the Metroidvania question. I thought you were pointing that at me though, MD Mister. Yeah, I mean, honestly, with how some people pose questions, I have no idea if they're actually asking for suggestions or if they just want to strike up, like, some conversation. But I couldn't tell if it was being asked in a manner as to, like, oh, I need some recommended to me because I want to actually play some. Or if it's just, we're just shooting the shit, you know? Alright, so I'm gonna try to just basically work my way to Ridley's Lair now. So we've got to go back to Norfair. Actually, I should probably go back and save it. I haven't saved in a while. I hear ya, backlog in the hundreds, yeah. Yeah, for me, I think it's easily hundreds, for sure. I mean, there's so many games across all different generations that I would like to try, but... Motivation is one, time is another... You know, will a game actually click with me is another. Do I want to stream it on YouTube? And how good at it do I want to get? That's another factor, like... Yeah, too many factors involved. Alright, Ridley's Lair is all the way down that way. Actually, shouldn't be that hard to get to. Unless there are some one-way gates I forgot about. We'll see. There's our first one. Of course it couldn't be that easy. Oops. Let's try this again. Okay. Alright, let's try to go down. Nope. Yeah, Ian, I generally try to tell myself to not buy games either, but obviously I can't hold myself accountable to that like 24/7. Like last week, I think I bought a few cheap games on the PSN store on my PS5. They were doing some kind of sale, and I was like, "Oh, I need that." When in reality, I didn't really need it per se, but I was like, "I'll probably play that eventually." I'm usually pretty good about not buying stuff on these digital storefronts, but there are some times where I'm just like, the deal's too good to pass up. I don't know why I'm bombing. I've got the spring jump now. Or spring ball, whatever. Alright, Ridley's Lair. Well, the thing is, AKX, the way I look at it is if you're not going to be playing the games, do you actually need them? Could you put that money towards something else? I mean, it's not like these things won't go on sale again. But they go on sale and they have a major discount to the point where we're like, oh, we have to have them. But these sales happen sometimes multiple times a year. Like I look at Contra Anniversary Collection. That thing's probably gone on sale like 25 times since it's been out. You know, and I think recently it was on sale for like $4. Great deal, by the way, for anybody that missed that. It's like, even if the deal feels too good to pass up, it's like, it's gonna happen again. If it's happened once, twice, 3 times, whatever, it's gonna go on sale again. Do you need it right now? Are you gonna play it right now? If not, then probably just don't buy it. That's how I've been trying to think anyway. That's how I've been trying to, you know, reason with it. Just try to be a little more responsible with, you know, my video game spendings. A lot of times now, if I buy something, I generally buy it because I want to play it, like, right now. And that goes for physical games, too. With a couple of exceptions, like, I still collect old-school cartridges, so I'll buy those just to, like, pad out the collection, not because I'm going to play them right now, but for anything else, like modern games in particular, if I'm not going to play it right now, I just generally don't buy it. It's definitely lighter on the wallet, that's for sure, and that's a good feeling. Ian says he scaled back, but then realized he impulse bought games he already owned. Yeah, I've done that too. I've done a lot, actually. And that's the thing about these sales, is I will double and triple dip sometimes, because in some cases I like the game enough to want to have them on multiple platforms, but they're so cheap, I'm like, what's $2 here for another version of Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, you know? Like, to have the ability to play it on another system. Still, it's like, I do try not to do that. Although I will say, there are some platforms I kind of like having my games on, where I'm like, I'm probably more likely to actually play them if they're on one system versus another, just for the simple fact I use that console way more often than the others. Like, for me right now, if it's on PS5, I'm probably more likely to actually play it as opposed to like Switch or even Xbox. So I have like double dipped on some things just to have them on the PlayStation side. That's pretty funny. He actually grabs your missiles. I never noticed that before. Yeah, Ian, I operate the same way. There are some games that, like, I don't buy on console because I'd rather play them on PC. By the way, we just got the screw attack. It's like really fast-paced first-person shooters with really awesome graphics, like Doom Eternal, you know, much rather play on PC. And so I never actually bought those, or bought a game like that on console, period. Yeah, I've never actually owned a physical Doom Eternal on console because I, you know, have it on PC. And only want to play it on PC. But there's a lot of stuff I only want to play on console on my couch. Wayne, I have no idea what you're asking, man, because by the time you say something, I'm already like 10 rooms ahead. But yes, there was like an intersection, and I chose to go right instead of up. Kako Demon asks, what is my favorite Super Nintendo game? Would be Castlevania 4. Probably Super Mario World right behind that. You guys are talking about arcade etiquette with the quarters? Yeah. Yeah, that's how you determine who was next in line. We would do that all the way up into like the early 2000s. So many branching paths here. It's like, I want to go this way, but I also want to go back and go right. It's kind of humorous how high you can jump with the spring ball. Yeah, if you broke etiquette, you would definitely piss somebody off, that's for sure. It's kind of justified, because some people will be waiting a long time. A very long time. Like, if you tried the jump position, you'd get yelled at. Oh, look, I'm back here. Great, I think that actually screwed me over. We're gonna have to go, I think, all the way back around to get back to Ridley's lair. Newbie mistake. I'm not really a newbie with this game. I just don't play all the way through it very often. Any game that's like several plus hours long, I usually don't go through it again and again and again. It's like I'll wait years and years between like actual full playthroughs. Or something like Castlevania, you know, I go through several times a year because it's, you know, I can go through it in about an hour tops. Alrighty. Get to figure my way all the way back down again. Oops, I'm looking at chat. Don't chat and drive, folks. Or read chat and drive. Dragon, I never looked at that as like I never looked at Galaga as being something you 1cc. That's just, in that era, you just play forever. It's all about score. It's not about, like, beating a game. But I hear you. You know, you got through all the numeric stages and then it loops back around. Yeah, that's one of those games that's like, yeah, I never looked at almost any game from that era as, like, beating it. But that's pretty impressive, though, because, like, I've gotten a few dozen stages into Galaga, but it gets insanely difficult. You get to a point where you basically just have to, like, button mash over and over. I usually, in the early game, I try to play more skillfully to try to get points, get the enemy combinations. Yeah, it's still it's a really impressive accomplishment, though, getting that far into the game. That's pretty insane. Unless the operator had set it to, like, super easy mode or something, because there are software settings on all those arcade games, you know, with dip switches and whatnot. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd say it's still impressive regardless. You know, on those, early 80s arcade games in particular, I never messed around with difficulty settings. I always just played them on stock default, which was usually pretty tough. I'd be curious to know what Galaga on an easier setting is like. Should probably try it sometime. Oh yeah, I've beaten Black Tiger as well. That's one of the few arcade games I've actually gotten a 1 credit clear on. It's still hard. You still have to, like, know what you're doing, but it's one of those games where, like, the more you play it, the more you constantly make, like, forward momentum, forward progress. And you get better, and you learn how to control the game more, and you learn how to, like, you know, become a lot more efficient at it. And before you know it, you're getting through most of the game on 1 credit, which is pretty cool. Oh look, I'm just back here. Well, to be fair, Dragon, I did it not back in the day, because I never actually saw the game in the arcade. But I did it on the Capcom Classics Collection, Volume 2 on PS2. Back around, like, 2008. I used to play that game all the time on that collection. I loved it. But there were a few Capcom arcade games like that where you could actually, like, really learn them and get really consistent at them. And they were games that ended. They weren't games that went on forever. Like, you would get an ending and then a game over. Strider was another one like that. Ugh, you gotta be kidding me. Strider is one I learned how to beat in the arcade. But that game's only like 15 minutes long if you know what you're doing, so being able to finish that didn't really mean a whole lot to me. Well, not to me, but to... It probably doesn't mean much to anybody else. But to me, it meant something. Seraph, yeah, I've played that in both the arcade and NES. The NES one is super jank. I don't recommend it these days. Sweet, that got me nothing. Oh, okay, I got something. Karnov on NES, at least to be fair, was pretty close to the arcade game. It's definitely a little jank, but it's still pretty fun on NES. RoboCop, also somewhat close to the arcade game, but a lot more janky, I feel. And then Bad Dudes was just like, ugh. You know, it was playable at the time, I guess, but it is extremely choppy and kind of hard to appreciate these days. I don't know about that statement either, Dragon Breath. You gotta remember, Capcom had a lot of jank in the early days of NES. Remember when they contracted out a lot of their stuff to, like, Micronics? We're talking Ghosts and Goblins and like 1942 and Commando. Data East started contracting out some of their stuff too. Like Joe and Mac on NES was actually really solid, but that wasn't actually developed by Data East. It was developed by somebody else. All right, let's see. For some reason I thought there was like an E-tank down here or something. Guess not. Yeah, I will say, you know, partway through that generation though, Capcom really did get their crap together. They started doing everything in-house, and generally their stuff was very solid. So yeah, and that's a given, yeah. It says 1942 NES. Beep, 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 bonk. That's the whole soundtrack. Yeah. I actually learned how to beat that game years ago. That was something special. I definitely could have been doing something better with my life. It's really not a hard game on NES, it's just very repetitious. Oh yeah, Leo. Yeah, NES Burger Time. Yeah, that was Data East. Yeah, that was a great game. Whoa, that was weird. I got hit and that flame was actually gone. Alright guys, it's official. Super Metroid's jank. Terrible game. 1 out of 10. Would not play again. Alright, how about health and no missiles? I just realized I'm missing a bunch of energy tanks. And that's fine. We'll tough it out. Oh, that was close. Thanks for the GG, Kyle. Come on. Gotta do a running jump in order to do the space jump. Alright, now we have to work our way back out. I'm actually very curious to know what E-tanks I've missed. Power bomb! Yeah, so basically at this point we can go to Mother Brain's lair and basically try to beat the game. Ugh, alright. Looks like this will have taken us about 4 hours to get through. Honestly, a little bit longer than I was anticipating. But I guess since I haven't really gone through this in many years now, I guess it makes sense. Okay, yeah, we'll do the kind of shortcut back. Oh, come on. Hey, look at who it is. Oh, you can't. Hold on a second, guys. Wow, you can still barely see him. Yeah, there's like no light back there, so the exposure is not picking him up. Oh, there it is, sort of. Okay. It's not much. He loves the scratchies. Hey, we got it. And all we're gonna get is a power bomb. Neckware says, if you want another E-Tank, there's one at the bottom of the corridor you were just in, through the rock mouth. I thought I looked at that, and, I used my, like, right here. I guess I have to actually go through. Oh, okay. Sweet. Awesome. Yes, very nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I should have tried that earlier. I should have known. Let me exit the room so I have some light again. Alright, now I just have to figure out how to work my way back. I think I'd already gotten thing down here. I don't know. Who cares? Alright, so we're just gonna work our way back up to Brent Star. DG's out there says, I've forgotten how large this map is and how detailed compared to the NES or GBA games. I haven't done a playthrough of it in years. Yeah, honestly, this is a pretty big game. Like, when you think about it, the map is actually pretty large. Like, this is just one area. Funny enough, like, this is still probably pretty tiny by today's standards. I think it's just the right size for the kind of game it is. Hey Milo, what's going on, dude? I've got a Milo wanting some attention. Alright, let's just go this way. Okay, this doesn't tell me the size. If I had my actual flash card, it would tell me the ROM size, but I think it's like, it's pretty standard fare for like mid-generation, mid to late generation. Oh, nice. Another E-Tank. Hell yeah. So I'm only missing one. I don't know where that one is. .24 megabit, the largest SNES game at the time of its release. Interesting. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there were games that were larger than it that came after. I'd imagine Street Fighter Alpha 2 was pretty large. Same with something like Doom. Maybe even Yoshi's Island. Oops, I didn't actually want to do that. Ian, I think you'd actually be surprised. I think probably not for most of them, because a lot of them didn't really do much with texture mapping, which would probably be where a lot of the, you know, data would be. But when you're just doing, like, flat-shaded polygons, yeah, you're not using up nearly as much storage space. You know, Doom had lots of textures, so I'd be interested to know how large that is, how large the ROM size is. But I'd imagine something like Star Fox was pretty pretty normal for the console. I don't know, I could be wrong. If someone wants to Google that real quick. Or just like largest SNES cartridges in general. Like from Super Metroid and on. I know there are a couple of spawner locations that are probably better for grinding out. But we'll do this a few times. I think we'll probably be good. Some of the RPGs were 32 to 48 megabits, and they were the largest. Yeah, I could see something like Final Fantasy VI or Seiken Densetsu 3 being like that, or Chrono Trigger. Very large games. Power bomb for a power bomb. We don't really need power bombs by this point, but okay. Yeah, big dogs, you should do more Metroid. Why not? Everybody could do with a little more Metroid in their lives. Especially if that Metroid is Super Metroid. Hey, Steve-O? Steve-O was playing Super Metroid on his SNES Mini on a new 50-inch flat screen. Very nice, man. Very nice. Whoops. I was not trying to do that. Yeah, using the shoulder keys to aim up and down is probably the better way to do things, because I was holding diagonally down forward and it was trying to make me duck when I wasn't trying to duck. I was just trying to aim down forward while I was running down that hill. No, you cannot use the zapper on an HD TV. Now, there is like an aftermarket third-party gun by Hyperkin that works, but I think it literally only works with Duck Hunt. I would look into it and see if it's compatible with anything else, but I think it's just Duck Hunt. Yeah, kind of. I mean, there are a lot of games that wouldn't work on earlier flash cards. Like, you couldn't do Super FX, you couldn't do Mario RPG, and that was simply because of like the chip that, you know, the SA1 chip it used. You know, same with the Mega Man X2 and 3. You couldn't do those on old flash cards, but that's all that's been overcome, I believe. I think all the modern higher-end flash cards allow you to do. Even those larger ROM sizes. Alright, so now we got the Metroids. I sound so excited. And you look pretty cool in this one. Ian, I mean, if you know the ROM sizes in megabits and not megabytes, that would be helpful. I assumed you were saying megabits, but now that I think about it, I think you might be saying megabytes. Yeah, I know games from that era were generally calculated in megabits, not megabytes. Mmm, tasty. Oh my god, seriously? It does kind of suck having to, like, constantly cycle through. You have to use missiles to kill these guys. Okay, so you were... Okay, you were calculating from megabytes to megabits. Gotcha. Okay. That's one hungry Metroid. That's the baby Metroid from earlier. Alright, lead up to the final boss. Ugh, excuse me. Alright, so this fight starts off like the last boss fight in the original Metroid. DG, no, I experienced this when the game was relatively new, so, yeah. It wasn't, necessarily spoiled for me as far as I remember. Man, and we complain about scripted story sequences like this these days. Super Metroid might have been the start of it. Samus is pissed. Alright, time to get the hell out of here. DG, I have not finished Dread yet, no. I actually didn't own the game when I first played it. I had to give it back to my brother. And technically it was his roommate's, not his. But I did actually grab a copy for myself a few weeks back. So I might actually end up trying to finish that. I should still have my save file from when I streamed it here on YouTube. Oh, what am I doing? Seriously. Alright, and this is how you save the animals. You come back down here. There they are. And there we go, we just finished Super Metroid. Oh, thanks for the GGs, everybody. I appreciate that. Yeah, Pure. I'll try to have the stream archive up tomorrow if you want to watch through it again. But thanks for popping in for a little bit anyway. I do appreciate it. That's a cool effect right there. %. I'm still missing a lot of items. Neckware says Super Metroid turned 30 this year. Yikes. Yeah, I guess it did, right? And it's crazy to think about. Ian says, archives are definitely good to have. I rarely get the chance to see you live. That's only a C, right? Hey, but C is still passing. All right, guys. Well, yeah, that's Super Metroid. Yeah, that's probably going to do it for me. Cats are unfortunately not within cam viewing right now, so I'll go ahead and do the patron slideshow. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out. We ended up, you know, making our way through the game decently enough, I guess. I don't think I died at all. But yeah, it still took us a little over 4 hours to do that. I was actually expecting a little bit less time, but yeah, it's fine. We did okay. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that stream. Thanks again for hanging out. And yeah, I'll have the archive up sometime tomorrow. Shouts again to Chris Clark, who did a super chat earlier today. Much appreciated for that, Chris. And thanks to anybody else that just hung out, watched, and, you know, had a good time. So, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm kind of still tired, and I'm hungry right now. I need to get some dinner, so I'm going to do just that. I'm going to go get some dinner, and I think I need to get my car washed, too. I went out to grab food before doing the stream, and my car was like... I feel like this new car I've got, it's like a bird poop magnet. So I go out, and there's like... Yeah, let's just say it's not pretty. So yeah, I need to get my car washed too. So I'm gonna go out and do that. Come home, probably go live on Twitch with some Dead Cells or some Hades. I'll probably lean more towards Dead Cells. But, and then I'm gonna go to bed after that. So, but thanks a lot, guys, for hanging out. I'll catch you guys soon. I'll try to be back next Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday with a live stream. I'm not sure which game it's going to be just yet, but or which topic it's going to be just yet, because there are a few things that are going to involve variety streams. But like I said, I'm trying to stream at least once a week again, and so hopefully I'll have something for you within the next week or so. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I'm going to head out. So until the next one, guys, take it easy.